wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister. La da 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 da. All the standing around is making me so sleepy. I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister. I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister. La da 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 da.
But what if Tavad is round?
Everyone is working super hard. We should be too.
But what if Tavad is round?
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
But what if Tavad is round?
Hello everyone! Hold on, I gotta move my earbud really quick. Okay, done it. Okay, there we go. Gotta make sure I can be heard though. I can be heard. Oh, I need to stop watching old videos.
Are you tired? Try my new spicy energy drink. I'm sure it'll wake you up.
I'm just letting people come in really quickly. Like the good streamer I am. Hi Rev! You're the first person! You're the first person message.
as tall as my big sister.
I accommodate.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
If you're looking for the traveler, that's me.
Oh, you're the
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me,
No,
okay.
no, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help this time.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think...
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's...
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a Kabuki Mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabuki Mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Could it be?
Wait, so there are two
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art.
I have water.
Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of
There's
all.
more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and...
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should have been ruling. As we speak, it couldn't be her, but the Kupukumo has to be the balladeer. But what was he doing 400 years ago in the Tatsuna? Hi, Kimmy!
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Glare at Paimon and hope she keeps her mouth shut.
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy!
How are
The way
you,
described
Kimmy,
it
darling?
makes it sound like a ghost.
I agree. It does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky
Fair,
events are to
fair.
be expected. And that's
I'm
exactly what my
EP2
book
because
is
I
about.
woke up from a
Please,
nap
take
before
look.
stream. A man arrived in Tatarasuna around 3 in the afternoon. From afar he spied laborers walking along the mountain roads towards the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me, Sir Miyazaki? I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps on their journey. Expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some. Naturally, the two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. Yeah, we're not reading all this. I will read that
And
little
please read
first
my
section,
essay
but
draft
nothing
as
more.
well.
It's also long. We're not.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining... Oh! How about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Yeah, it sounds more like a novel.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time.
I'll leave you to
I need to
it.
find an...
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info...
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people, like, if you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many...
What's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like... The balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Paimon! Paimon! This is why we get into trouble, baby. But we need to do this. For Nahita. What notification is going on my phone right now? Yes. Nahita!
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahita, bad news. We just saw the... Did he escape or...
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the Sanctuary of Sir... I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe... But if that's the case, why haven't you...
Don't flatter yourself. It was...
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahita. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Farmer? You mean, he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui. And also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings. And you said you need...
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear. Don't you? And they're your friend.
Yeah, obvious! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right. Then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahita, are you... Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
Yep.
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me.
So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if...
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. It seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
I'm glad to be able to help.
Great. Prepare yourselves.
All day, every day.
Wow. It looks pretty different here compared to last time.
Yep.
The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Do I recognize any of this location? Ah, we're in the clouds.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, unlike anywhere else. Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine. Let's call it truce.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
Love's a little hot.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more...
If there are no further objections, or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh. The snark on this guy.
There's no need for the
It's
bun.
unbearable.
Focus on doing your job.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Why are we bringing Paimon? She's like the most uncalm person ever. Can Paimon sit outside and wait? Like the little dog she is.
Wow. is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different than what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so... say we did go running off. What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out.
He's got a point.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
This is the center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him.
He hasn't put up any resistance. He seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First, Akoba and Sawada's stories. Now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Nahida, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand.
Yeah.
Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is this about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia at Paris. I cannot say the last.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Paladin into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
You tell Nahida about the story Akuba and Sawada are writing.
How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Because you're never quiet, Paimon.
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Didn't Nahida?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage.
Aww.
Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatarasuna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
A name. Niwa is the man in charge of the Tatarasuna, plus he belongs to the lineage of Ishinor.
Whoa!
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown. All passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted...
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the... You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me. And now, even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here along.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that—
So you say, Escher.
My good sir.
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't— What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more—
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly—
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new— I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility.
Judging from the look in your eyes—
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever— I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers?
I'm sorry, what?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you—
You...
I hate you.
Smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I—
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace.
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're—
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out.
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create
That's it? That's why you...
Look how even the righteous soul is— My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
Burn him alive!
If you give him
It's going good.
my heart, he has nothing.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will Mr. Niwa? Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infill. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him...
Hey!
Dottore. Dottore!
Ah, they might as well, yeah.
Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn
He's the
into a
one behind the
mechanic from Fontaine?
Tatarasuna incident.
Why did we...
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit.
Maybe so.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
This betrayal was the lie. Was a lie that he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only as an imagination. Where does this leave him?
Give him some space. He looks really mad.
Okay, let's go over there.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
I'm still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Satori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
I just gotta sit and look pretty. Yeah, a dating sim where we can date the adult characters. The characters who are canonically adults.
Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just wanted to make sure this doesn't affect
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
It marks off, luckily.
But unfortunately, there's no information about the
Cole,
descenders in Irminsul.
Diona, Lenny, Lynette, Fremine. So, Clete, Diona are the Mondstadt 2 that we gotta look out for. Liwei has, I believe, Yao Yao. We're marking off Chi-Chi as well because mentally a child. We're not doing that. I think Xingling is 16 or 18. I don't know. So, yeah, Wolf Spirit. Let's say him. That would be a good one. But, oh yeah, we also can't have... Aloy is an adult in her world. I also forgot Bennett, Barbara, Fischl, and Razor. They're children. No, a lot of the people who have physical models, their models look younger, but, like, their ages are a lot older. For example, Sayu's in her 20s, but she looks like a child.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
The teapot lady! Not unexpected, but still. Thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset.
Huh?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time.
The Jester, another Fatui Harbinger.
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count
That's
towards my
not
mission?
an ice tree!
It wasn't from Irminsul. But was it
That is
valuable?
Irminsul's heart! You're not allowed to date the all-knowing
Good.
tree.
In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question. Give me your hand.
You can date that, okay?
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Wait, why would you ask
Done.
Huh? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
What? No! 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 You're not allowed to date the woman! It took me way too long to realize who you were talking about. Wait, that look, did he see me hesitate? But that was because I know about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Uh-oh.
So long. I suggest you get your...
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
She is the perfume shop lady. Balladeer, stop.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist.
You're not allowed to date
Those who
her.
died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone.
Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared.
Because...
Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh,
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
She may be an adult, but you're not allowed to.
Fault.
You tell Nahida everything that happened.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left.
Legend. Legend. Sweetie. No, she didn't do anything bad. I get terrified thinking of her. You're not allowed to go near that. I'm refusing it.
Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or...
Where the heck did he go?
Don't be. It's not your fault. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm the mom. You gotta listen to me. I'm sorry. Mom says no. You can do that. You can date the moon spirit.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb
Is there
you.
anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Paimon doesn't remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. And the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full. And the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata for now and focus on the Balladeer. You tell Paimon what the Balladeer asked you and what he might have been planning.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible.
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right. You can't just It's like, remember drinking it.
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Paimon's
Maybe
so
he wants to erase
confused.
himself from history.
Huh?
Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's
You're
fault
not...
for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
Legend, she is hung up over her dead fiance. You're not going to be able to even score her even for a night. Or even an hour. So, yeah, good luck on that one.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Not necessarily, but maybe.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. But there's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise...
Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. I can't imagine what the situation would look like. Oof. Worst case scenario would affect everyone with connection to the Raiden Gokuden. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Will this mean that they'll disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what... Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But...
Me neither.
So... How about... Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Andrean chili chicken. Oh, also...
All you need is a Paimon to talk to you and you'll fall asleep really well. Paimon, what's wrong? Oh, fuck!
What do we... Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about.
So you started...
What's it
You
again?
were getting worried about the situation with the Balladeer. That you started listing food.
Is that a food?
Huh? Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer. That must mean he actually pulled it off. But how did he have the ability? That
What's
doesn't
wrong?
make sense.
Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's...
If this really is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting
Now's
like
not
this
the
is
time
an
to explain.
emergency.
Let's get over there first. I had to miss the gameplay because I wasn't home. I was at a theater thing. And then I got to be with my brother had to go grocery shopping while we were in the area, so my mom just did that. I was tired. We're just...
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Can I just skip?
Now there's
We're
a
not
question
paying
I
attention to
once
this part. We're
read
just
the
skipping
art
through
of
it.
Most of the great, but fortunately, if my memories...
Oh, yeah. We learned a bit about the decline of the...
In fact, he told me that there is no harm to Raiden Gokuden.
Vengeful.
400 years ago, so I'm told,
There was a cat. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art
No, I feel like
forging
I
and
do have
smelting
to
up,
explain
knowing that they
myself
had just
because
one
I really
chance
wanted
with
to
death.
watch and I
In his
couldn't
heart,
because I was
powerless,
busy.
Alas. Finally, in his fury. But when he came, that is why the
Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Kazuha? My pleasure.
Don't help. On to the next.
Okay, so next person. I just want to finish this so I can unlock the fight and be able to rename Wanderer. Skip.
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking,
Are they out on...
the commissioner is...
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks.
Bestie, I'm not watching people's VODs. I'm telling you this point. I barely watch my own. I barely watch a lot of stuff.
As for the...
So pretty
Very...
Well, got any more questions?
You're very... Miss Kamisato, talk, I must say. Many things in Inazuma
I'm flattered.
Alright, goodbye for now. We're great.
Tatara
Goodbye,
Suna.
ma'am. Don't worry.
All right, then.
I don't have my earbud in and I can still
Are
hear.
you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Best, I don't know when someone doesn't make my stream, okay? I know sometimes people are just the silent humans. Like, oh, you're watching, but you're silent. So if you don't tell me you weren't watching, I won't know you weren't watching. Xavier!
Well, here we are.
Do my eyes deceive me?
Xavier? What
Xavier!
I was in the general area.
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Do you know much about the Tatsu?
Certainly do. I've researched. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
History
Like the
lesson.
back of my hand. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's
Go
all
on,
true.
listen.
Oh, well, it's a law. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging.
A couple?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology up...
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about the...
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like we've been preparing for a history exam or...
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a
Pretty
sudden
much.
burning desire for
So
historical
can I ask one more
knowledge?
question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a kabuki mono connected to
A
Tatarasuna?
kabuki mono? I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the... But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have...
So there's no more kabuki mono. Did the Balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course!
Oh, we're leaving?
Oh, you're most welcome. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to get back and go back and see less.
Sure, but what's up with you? Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always
Thank you,
be there.
Paimon.
Hey, don't mention it. All right, let's...
I love how you're here for me, Paimon. Really, I do lovely. But also, I just want to get through this quest so I can finish my Fontainian quest and then, you know, eventually be able to light up the entirety of Inazuma. A lot of people don't, because there's a theory about her. I think you might know which theory. I'm not saying it because I'm lazy.
Hey, it's them!
Akaba.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
There's actually, like, 2 theories about her. One of her being the Sustainer, and then the other being the First Descender, which is Primordial. Which is funny, because there's, like, 2 theories with her being with the theory connected to Primordial. Like, oh. Well, I want you to know, like, I was watching something and it's like, and it mentioned something and I'm like, huh, that actually makes a lot of sense. But it was mentioning, like, the history of, like, Tevat's gods, like Nabu and stuff. And then, like, it mentions that if Primordial was there for the Conrian accident, wouldn't they have to use the Heavenly Principal would have to use a lot of power to defeat them, no matter what, and therefore would weaken himself. And we know gods technically become smaller when they weaken themselves. And so, like, Paimon falling into the water would make a lot of sense. But also the fact of just Paimon being overthrown by the second one, and the second one's pretending to be the first, makes a lot of sense. Don't know. All I know and all I realize is, like, oh, Paimon thinks we're going to choose our sibling over her. And that kind of breaks my fucking heart, because Paimon's actually there more than our own sibling. Still talking about the...
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we
have time. What do you want to talk?
It's the same topic we discussed last.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh?
Perfect. They still have researched. See what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you let me read last time was great. Can I read it again?
Huh? Oh,
yeah, that too.
Of course.
She does seem like she knows a lot more.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well.
The content has changed. Another effect tampered with the information in Emerald. The balladeer said he'd erase 2 of his names, but if he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his mind.
What do you think?
A masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this?
Sure.
What did you find out?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
You told the 2 riders what you learned about the Riding Kidkin.
So many new...
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen...
Yes, okay.
And they're back at it. These guys are
some things to
really...
take care of. Bye for
I'm
now.
so sorry. Look at us.
You're welcome. See ya.
She does seem like she knows a lot more.
If you find out anything else.
But Paimon also throws temper tantrums when she doesn't know something. It's like she's like foggy glass. You sometimes know what you're seeing, but other times you don't know. She isn't normal. There's something she knows that we don't. But it's also like she wants to help us. But for all we know, she could be like Portal 2. I think you know what I'm talking about in Portal 2. I don't think I gotta spoil it for literally everyone else. Nahida running to Nahida.
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler,
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer?
Oh no.
You look troubled.
Even Nahida doesn't remember, just like last time, any changes to Irminsul affected her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I am the record keeper.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong?
I have to tell you the truth. There was once... He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in the Tatsaruna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to rule the world beyond. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength and then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate. Ha!
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little different. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well...
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her.
Wait, Nahida, I need you to do something. Look up the entirety of Paimon's past. I'm curious.
So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Because if Paimon is even like a shade, like the Sustainer, or even... Yes, Paimon being a shade would get memories wiped. But if Paimon was one of the Descenders, no, that wouldn't happen. So, like, Paimon belongs to that. We know that at least. Whoop! You can say that again.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer, guys.
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm not really sure. We were enemies after all, and I don't know his perspective on this at all, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything or save someone, or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rikidabata erase her own existence, but I can't tell Nahida that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that. Alright, have a good time playing Apex! I most likely will be for like another 7 hours? Yeah, roughly 7 hours.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
He chose such a radical option, and yet...
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely... He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. This story makes sense. Every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself.
Yeah, it does make sense. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this.
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still did not get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life? Or did he wish he'd never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Surprisingly, the information is presented to you in a way that resembles a fairy tale.
Is this a fairy tale?
This matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote it?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from...
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that, but Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written the story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us.
Oh.
Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content.
Yeah, no.
I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
I've never had this feeling before. It feels like life is insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around, but still...
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up. How about we go get...
Good idea. Paimon.
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk.
What are we, a dog?
Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough.
Hold on.
Just what will become a craft?
Characters. I said characters. Oh, that's why I haven't gotten anything for you. Bestie, your friendship level 8. If I look at your story, I have all of it unlocked. All of it is unlocked. It just needs this last quest. Only thing I have to do is send you one last thing. Which I just need this and this. I think I'll have this already. Wait. Has it been resetted? No! Resets tomorrow! I'm disappointed in life. I just wanna get Xiao Xiao. I just want Xiao Xiao. I want my little anima boy, because then I'll have Kazuha and I'll have like 2 animals left to gather, and then I can work on like seeing them. Tarasuna.
What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling like there's something I'm missing, something important that I'm...
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Sorry, it's just... Give me a minute, I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out.
Come on, brain, let's take this out. There's something about Ermin, so I'm deleting cell. A bit of knowledge in here.
Have you...
Yes, she said no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation of Lesser Lord Kazanali to do the deletion for her? There would be no point.
Why'd you do...
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Rikadavada. But this is a crucially important detail. It's not... erase his own existence, in which case... The question is, what happened?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem. Look, here.
Hold on.
Huh. Hey!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep
I wasn't paying close enough attention. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the paladin.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you... I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this...
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got...
Leave it to me.
Stop.
No, we're not listening to this.
You don't want
No.
We can talk.
I know I'm just jumping, but I have to run. Also, if I'm not close enough to my mic, it's because my earbud is literally on my lap, and I refuse to listen to any of this. If you don't know, I hate I hate embarrassing shit. I'm a person who gets secondhand embarrassment really easily.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You say
Is any of my friends
enough.
streaming right now? I would love to watch one of their streams while I'm
Guess I
crying on the inside.
Huh? You two over there.
Legend!
You've been
Legend,
following me
save
all the
me
way from
from
the city.
embarrassment.
No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Legend! Legend!
I have no recollection.
Are you absolutely sure?
But like I can. I just don't want to be the quote-unquote reason why we lost.
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it.
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm. And he let me take shelter in his cart.
That's...
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you.
Alright.
Then let's return to the city.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more.
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a kid. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why's this guy traveling during a rainstorm? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable.
But I don't... No. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years.
Thank you. All right, done.
Woo, we're returning to the sanctuary now. Oh no. Okay. I am watching another person stream because I can.
What's wrong? Huh?
Hello. I do apologize.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't...
You say that you're trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inas...
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, but these two claim that they know me.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called, previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past...
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far...
Okay, I have to ask. Oh, you want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous... If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear, but I'll be able to handle it.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you. As a non-human being, you drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes...
I gave everything I had.
In terms of the outcome alone.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time. A chain of cause and effect.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but... yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch... he's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him...
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to.
Very well.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your,
Understood.
Thank you.
Woo! Start!
This looks like...
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react.
Sounds like an immersive experience.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't...
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
And we're just finishing the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground. You're awake. What happened? Not a scratch.
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
It's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Check every corner. There's gotta be. I don't like that there's a door of resurrection here. Oh, hell no. I just wanted the chest. Next memory.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
Hair voice.
Whoa.
This is where you were born?
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died. He kept coughing all the time, just like...
But you can't.
Yup. We're family now.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the ballad... After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who...
What happened to the child?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The ballad...
Hey! What's wrong? Say so! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa.
The voices have gone.
Let's keep going.
How the fuck did I avoid that? Oh, I recognize this place.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Joy, we've only just begun.
Time to fulfill my duty. It isn't time for a break yet.
You can't run. Looks like I went too far.
Dissipate. Duty at an end.
Oh, it's this part. Ah!
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this. In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? Forget it. Someone might find me here any...
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story.
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
I love him!
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Ouchie! Let the show begin.
Look at me. Can't run from death.
Once more.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru.
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god...
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You're the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information.
Hate the man,
Alas,
burn him alive.
After that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they'd think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
He's the doctor. He's behind all of this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the...
Let's move on.
Hate the man! Burn him alive!
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Are you saying?
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that...
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that...
Is this the true meaning of Greater Lord or Gravata's lore? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original Balladeer is gone, this person will live on in his place. Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
It's my boy!
This is trying my patience.
Sure! Have you got all your memories back now?
You got any more stupid questions?
That's far enough. Perish!
Feed Eyeball Healman!
Too slow. Squall and Fury.
Yeah!
Behold! At my command, you shall fall! I'm used to this.
Sure!
You dare to gaze upon me?
My endless cycle begins!
Squall and Fury.
Okay, we did it! First try.
Imbecile! What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too!
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now you've recovered your memories. The past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
My boy!
Welcome back, Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking,
won't go
after
back to
learning
Balladeer
about
anymore?
everything the doctor did, there's no way I can... I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui. And they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events...
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope changing the world, changing the past, changing the fate, what you were looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the... Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul.
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so
doesn't
be
see
it.
you in that way.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered. Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope you can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you'd changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
I didn't do all this for a reward. Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you. Yes,
Borrowing
big
and
hat.
returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they?
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings.
Yep.
The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
Yes!
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal.
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick it
Why?
because...
Then I hope we don't see much of you.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
Huh? You want us to decide?
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
I already got the name picked out!
Have you got anything?
Hold on. I've been thinking of this name for so long. Belial. Okay. So, for context of Belial. Belial is Hebrew. Uses the character is used to characterize the wicked or worthless. Hold on. Trying to find it. Belial is basically He's basically just a demon with the purpose of performing evil. But, also anyone associated with him is called worthless. In a way. Big Hat is cutie.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think this will do.
Oh, all right. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me so...
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see.
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe... What's that look for? Don't make that. That day will come. All right. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in the...
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over
So we
now.
can finally go eat?
Thank you both.
Are we kicked out of the sanctuary now? The sanctuary of Staristana?
I've got it! I can end my novel with some...
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued. Then, one night, as all these expressions of life is...
Damn.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
I'll buy some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase.
What about it?
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
That night we stayed here, Paimon bumped in the table after being startled about something to do with the Valdir and broke the vase. But the Balladeer erased his existence. He changed the world, so why is this vase still broken?
You sound lost and confused.
Who's that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate. Like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff? Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up? It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment, Paimon will be right back.
I wonder what else awaits me in the future. We did it! I have his entire story. We don't talk about that. Wait, oh. I'm keeping that just in case. Just in case I ever change my mind. Two. The Archon's mechanism analysis katana. Analysis. Archon's mechanism analysis katana. I'm so happy I'm going to be able to finish the entirety of Fontaine, hopefully, before Natlan. Happiness. Opera Epiclès. 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 Epiclès.
traveler in Paimon. Good to see you.
Are you kidding? We would have missed it for the...
But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations.
Ooh, front row.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Let's get busy.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats.
Is that Bonjour Novelet?
Oh, this should be our seat.
Bonjour Novelet!
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should just strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still.
Isn't that usually your job?
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
So you heard all? Wait, that's not it, Paimon. Sorry.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to receive.
Oh, so you're nice to meet you. Paimon, and this is the traveler. We just arrived at Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across the and as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
No! I hate... If I have to turn this into French, just so I can have his name pronounced properly, I fucking will! The reason I am so upset because it's I know I know friends who speak French, and my brain, Monsieur Novelet, Monsieur. It's not Monsieur, Monsieur.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Monsieur.
Wait, Nervillet?
I saw you all chatting just now. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh,
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any...
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before! Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Paimon, for once in your life, be silencio.
Sorry.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can... So, I would like to take a moment to Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will... I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage moment... Oh, and before I forget, you never know what can happen in the blink... A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Oh?
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
That I've seen clips of this, but like nothing beats the real deal.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? Was Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear?
I wonder if he's a famous
If
magician.
we could see easily through his tricks, to appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than...
Guess you're right. I'm on good.
Thank you everyone. But our magical journey has only the magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. In which case, I have ample So, for my next trick, I will require, please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute... Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You, please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up?
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter them, like this.
Can we just skip all this? I don't want to listen to
59,
convo.
50. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to...
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. Come on, repeat after me.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right.
54, 53? Why aren't you counting them?
I am counting in my head. I think merely a consequence of my identity and personality.
Oh! Alright. You look so serious that
40, 30...
Mr. Linney, are you alright in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong place.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's all part of the show.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Maybe it was just a diversion.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like...
25, 24!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix...
Never mind the decorations. There's no...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect.
19, 8...
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to 10 seconds and change is still...
10...
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping 2 people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again. 7. Hey, slow down! Honestly.
5, 4, 3,
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
Ooh. Oh no.
Huh? Is this part of... Mr. Lenny, you're going to use
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell, and after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
And to pull it off like this, and in front of the audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial
Huh? Why me?
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen. Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making...
That can't be right! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
It's hard to believe all of this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lenny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well,
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover...
I mean, of course, that's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you?
I trust Lenny.
Then there's no problem. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting show?
It wasn't a draw.
I understand. Charges... Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But are you willing to act as Mr. Lenny's attorney and defend him in this case?
Yes, I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Lenny and his troupe are all potential suspects, and the audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they...
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big...
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing experiencing an accident like that.
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an... As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
That is very strange, but there's no denying what happened.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where did you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
Oh! You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be a good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
I won't let you down. I'm used to this sort of thing.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating...
Oh, well...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving.
I suppose you're right. Tis truly a pity. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still...
Detective Paimon is on the case!
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Lenny and Lynette's attorney.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned.
Huh? What?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Why was Cowl inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere act. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of...
Well, you can't say we're...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but I know there's no such thing as magic. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
But that's not always true. People can also be the most reliable.
I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows?
So this is the rope that broke... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope would snap.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
It seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it... Wait! Paimon should write a...
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members, the seats were all booked in advance. So we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is?
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grief. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the feature.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any...
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see them, it is of utmost importance that we...
The investigation team has some new...
See? I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the...
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks. Sorry for bothering.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting...
We don't have too many thoughts.
Then why don't I tell you my...
The thud? Oh, you mean this...
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, and I suspect that most people heard it.
They definitely
It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind.
That makes...
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true.
That does remind...
Linny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you from mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums? And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me...
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are...
Huh? Boss, then what?
Well, I am the second generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer...
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss.
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. Never mind.
So you want to investigate
now,
as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter... Judging from the look of things, I...
Really? We think so too, but...
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled...
okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that
Well,
I'll
when you put it like that...
Alright, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that answer...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's...
well...
Not always.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious, like a trial, shouldn't be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Melus? I told you
Well,
they'd
yes.
be different.
Most astute of you, no matter how wonderful the script or how... Then if that can be done...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Now, I need to make some preparations.
Wait! Since when did we be...
Oh, well, I can be the assistant.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe you wish to save a friend from false accusation.
You have a point. Huh. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the...
No, we're not leaving. We're representing... Were you always guarding the...
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or... So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so...
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck, but still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say... Alright, thank you for your help. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware,
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I...
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? Sorry, I got a little carried away. And these are my companions. Would you...
Fine.
Oh, new help.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specific. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic, remembering the details of a trick.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Wait, doesn't that mean there's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
And this passage linked the 2 boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even...
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only...
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into this.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you...
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Yes, yes, I know. I have so much evidence now.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick.
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you... And here's a broken vase. Huh.
can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start. Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lenny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective if...
High precision is required to complete this magic healing. Only the tracks are assigned course.
What is this place?
Looks like a
It
vent.
seems someone could fit through here.
Could
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another...
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, and Lenny and Lynette were in the 2 magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and...
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in
It
novels.
would seem so.
The plot thickens. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld.
Charges and then trial.
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice will too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own...
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns?
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Novelette called the shots.
Novelette.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come... Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks that...
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is
Now's
any
not the time to be
In that
picky.
case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to... what better way to properly think through our findings?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon.
Just kidding!
What do you mean, no snacks? Of
Of course.
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Paimon!
You're carrying a portable stove?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the...
Good work, you two. Then
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be the spin the de Rosala thing.
And Paimon, from the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon, you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself.
I was a plot.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you...
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind
Why don't you
and
take a
lifts
break as
the-
well?
No need for concern.
All right then. Down to business. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly. Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with the two other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
Flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our... From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell good.
They are my specialty, after all.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets...
No. Being greedy is one thing, but besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine if you ate. It's fine if you ate them. You ate them. Oh, it's fine. Everyone knows how much you love eating.
Wait. Even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into...
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten... Malus, set up the stove again if...
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almond.
Well...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to... I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As a it would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on...
All right. Thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
All right. It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably going to be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. There.
I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Plan. Impossible things don't just happen.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and besides, I doubt Farina understands anymore.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did...
To be honest, you might...
No. We're already very...
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can... But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated...
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident... Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so...
Huh?
Hey,
Huh.
hang on.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could
They
those
probably represent the Archie's stance in the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my found... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
They're Fatui.
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's do.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the... Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last...
Hey, Linny!
Lenny and Lynette.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, first, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Are these claims...
Plus Child is here and Fontaine along with the other half. And now?
Please answer my...
I'm sorry. Yes, they're
But...
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This...
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly... In that case, my dear audience...
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would take. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Paimon just... We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you... Not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be... But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different...
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to... The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade, but still... I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry. Please.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Let's hear your answer.
Of course. I'll answer. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
And what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but after that, the homicide...
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why did you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mist. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously
Actually, we already have
watertight
key
defense.
evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
The Oratrice mekanik النتيجة قدرنا. Oratrice mekanik النتيجة.
Both parties have returned to their positions. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may...
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out before making... At this time, Cowell... So, Linny proceeded afterward. Linny And there you have it.
Does the defendant's side have any
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events.
Which one is it? Hold on. Lenny's trial answers. First refutation.
According to Lenny, Lenny went to the room that Lenny did not.
When the countdown started, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to complete the magic trick, finally, he reached the surface. And that was when the accident happened from his point of view.
In other words, you believe that he.
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in the premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Lenny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Lenny's alibis initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the mad... You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Guards investigation. Oh, I'm missing one. Where's the guard's investigation report? So it's one of these two. Strange sound during the magic show.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box, or this means that when the crime happened, Lenny, the same clue you used to disprove his alibi, has now become the best.
Well, to think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murderer? The guard's investigation report.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Huh? That can't...
Oh! What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to... No one entered or left the... Lenny was not in the tunnel at that...
A strange sound during...
The sound we heard may have come from... The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit. No one entered or left the... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Hold on. Where did the missing girl Halsey go? I don't have...
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. Lenny was not in the tunnel at... The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The sound we heard may have come... The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would... The deceased's name is Cowell. Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left. It would have been tough for both people.
Then where's my answer?
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring
Where in
things
the world
out?
did Halsey go?
I see how.
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired.
If only we knew how.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Escaping from the water tank.
Excuse me.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that. The sound we heard made. The deceased's name is Cowell. The vase was not broken by chance.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leave. If there's a similar method.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Cowell's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection.
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of... Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look...
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, guards, please step into the lounge and examine...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's back. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial... The primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword... One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey... As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is...
You've got to be kidding! People deserve...
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stain? Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be
Right! Like the metal hook! That would... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water...
The deceased's name is Cowell.
I'm looking at a list.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. The water from the primordials... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she... I remember there was something else within the...
Okay, I chose the right one!
It's aced it in the original plan. Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down, and afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his...
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound
Now, it seems like the only point of contention... His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that I shall now invite him on stage.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people and we found an identical sample of the water from the
What?
That can't be. Does this not, my dear citizen? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. And having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice that upon him. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of...
Oh no! Seems using the water as new
I believe this is indeed the Now then, my good... excuse me, everyone.
Miss, I must ask you not to...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young... What?
No offense, miss, but miracle...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth, but once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula, but as the magic makers and stars of the show,
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me.
That'll teach you to...
Where should I begin? Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were...
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but he even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
Is there practiced hand at concealment? Probably.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would... Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now,
Yeah,
doesn't
now it's time to refute the Hydra Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story. The strange sound... The flower vase... Lillian was...
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, her panic only intensified after hearing the commotion. Cowell leapt into the tunnel. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force Lillian back. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on... With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid...
Ta-da!
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of... The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door, when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, Part. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just
Next,
yet.
I think we deserve an How did you find the water from the primordial...
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know!
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you. I'm sure you know what you must do to
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a...
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have... Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek...
Yes! Our boss discovered it can also be made into a potion. We've been in this business for a while.
He turned into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now?
The problem seems to have been solved for now.
That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Hmm?
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't want to see anyone be falsely accused.
I guess. But I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, back when our parents first died, Lynette, to survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he...
So you went from orphans?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our... But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would...
That doesn't seem too bad either.
After one particular performance at a banquet, I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift I mean, you'll be able...
Oh no. But what?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their ways of escaping the eye
So
of
what
the
happened
law.
after that?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person. All I saw was the moonlit ground covered...
So, she...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had... Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted. I was hesitant to trust her, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plan. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power when she obtains it.
So, she believes...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine. And to us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis,
I'm sorry, but I still can't completely trust you.
I just hope you can understand that if you should need anything at all in the future,
I understand.
Bye, Linny.
Oh!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well,
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Lenny. I wasn't necessarily looking into serial disappearance.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Sorry.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection... Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Huh? Do we really...
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so, let's go have a meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, then.
Wait, how much time do I have? I don't have enough! I only have 4 wishes. I need more. I just want to at least get through as much of this as I can. I want Zhao.
I came here several times with my father when I was little.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like...
Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group
And if it's not...
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right?
It is,
we
sir.
did just win that case.
It was a pleasure working with you.
Oh, true.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the master...
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward.
If it hadn't happened...
Right? Yet it... In such investigations, even
I don't want to listen to conversation.
high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities... It's not that I don't have... It's easy to guard, which is exactly why this... Those highfalutin... It's all... Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here.
Well, would you consider some more,
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree.
Could you suggest something a little more...
All right, here's another. Find a way... I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do... Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Would someone with her personality really feel shame?
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know. Was this your... Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention.
No, it's fine.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Well, if we're all finished eating, then I'll...
Yeah, we're...
Okay. Before someone comes and knocks on my door telling me to go take a frickin' break, I'm going to go make pizza. And get more water, because I ran out. Screen! If my screen will cooperate, of course, loves. You could try walking, you know.
Nah, that would be so...
Okay.
Hey, Nadia! What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine... in any case, I would...
See ya!
No vea! We're just going to teleport there, and I will be back. Eventually, I gotta go bring my phone with me, too. So, wait, I have achievements. Hold on, let's claim those really quick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 35, 45 primos. Which brings us probably to 2 wishes. Nope, it doesn't. Just so I can see. Oh, I have 5 wishes. Woo! Character. Here's your performer. He'll be keeping you busy while I'm out and about. back, but I'll be gone in a few seconds as well, again. So, hold on. I'll... Okay, I'm back again. Eventually I'll have to leave to get my food. But while we're waiting for it to be done, we're going to, one, set everything up so I actually don't feel as crowded, and two, get into a cutscene.
It needs a more romantic touch here.
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
The hyper-emotional element you're adding is just gratuitous.
It needs a more romantic touch here.
Vasser.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vasher.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it?
I can feel strong emotions.
Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... No, wait. You seem to be someone else.
I'm afraid not.
My memories feel like they have been washed away. How much have I lost?
I have like a minute and 30 seconds left until I gotta get food.
Have I since forgotten?
You were once human.
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
You lost your form.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also, no matter where I went, but now, we can no longer go back.
So you need me to find him?
No! Our reunion no longer has any... The thought of me gives him no succor. So if you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Vache was a witness to the fact you dissolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolve. It was a state of neither fear. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Alright, I wonder how much time has passed in reality.
Farewell, then.
Oh! You all get to see this cutscene. I got my wish.
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
I didn't hear the best news.
Mademoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Who was that?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Thanks for the rescue, Nadia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fonta tasted kind of salty and icky.
What do you mean? I thought it tasted strange as well, but couldn't be sure.
Fonta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fonta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh? Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from
I
Fontaine.
sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Lenny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's...
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it,
The
shall
voice
we?
in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vasya was the witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to
All
investigate.
right, partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us invest?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely...
I feel like you should get a wish for almost being killed. Wait.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Only one hand is free!
is your...
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you.
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in...
Your father? He was the priest?
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic for... My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigated.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single... However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill... If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications, and now... here I am investigating his death. You really are a hand.
You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our...
Wait! If Callus was such a good man...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching...
But how could... never mind. If...
There is one other thing.
Oh! Her? Well, then... isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah. That's not the sort...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him. There was only a...
It's not that I don't understand her at all.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates that he intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's alright. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep.
I have drank milk.
Slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off, but never mind that.
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some
Wait! So you...
How could I? Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle.
Does that mean we're too...
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go talk to him!
No, it's nothing. The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
I can't wait till I finish all quests or like tomorrow, because I'm just going to go through everything.
Halt! Please state your business here. The chick... This place does look...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you to...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even...
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on a...
All right, then. I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Oh, I love them! The Mussolines are always one of my best. I love them. Hold on. It's a book. I'm sorry. I have to collect all the books. They give me primo gems.
Please come in.
Neuvillette! Do you have books in here I can steal from you?
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Monsieur.
We only like to get in because...
It's all right. Please let me know how I...
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
Ah, I see. In that case...
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately,
oh no.
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if...
Is that so? I'll write that.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how your father, Callus, was a true...
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? Extend your... No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, you even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is if you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing everything was hanging on a thread at that moment? There are still so many things I never got to tell him. If you really
have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
I'm sorry, Miss...
You and my father are truly alike. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you... Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief... My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia.
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case, was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then go... Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities!
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. Alright, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind...
Yeah! We're gonna make progress for sure!
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head up?
We should go while the idea is still fresh.
Great.
I just want to get it done with. Please. It's easy to.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a...
There's no need to be so surprised. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is a gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said... Paimon was confused why a group was... But now that Paimon has seen this ship for her...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base.
Archon. Sparkle.
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
about that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention...
Yes, he did. Considering what we know, if you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But no matter how much they threatened or bribed, not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth up.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and but then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father.
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither... Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
But it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on... I think this third person... On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must... Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former, there is no need to follow your father's.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula, did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still...
So he chose to die?
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to fight, I'm sure he'd be...
That fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely because... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you wanted.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set... But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, when he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious... There's no telling what might be lying, but a single The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case...
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
Huh. That's true. But things are different now.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought...
I am the butler, after all. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk.
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Let me think. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's...
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also, thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans. There's someone else like him, too. Marcel.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss, in the beginning, they were only...
So, they're like a sister
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting, it's a bit difficult to imagine someone...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities...
I see. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me...
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our...
Of course. And thank you.
You're too kind, my... And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to
Can I equip my book? Cat.
It is settled, then.
Thank you for arranging everything for us.
Excuse me, miss.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Not bother her for
I'm
now.
sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can
You don't understand.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly... I know. Only the full truth could...
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter...
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he tried to be as careful as he could, but
They found out about...
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Wait, does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out Callis?
I don't know that for sure, but you... Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken... Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in some...
But Mama, why is Papa Papa always wanted to be a good man.
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel...
Yeah. Pop...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Uncle Marcel.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got...
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will...
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened, after my partner here put the dots together for me, can you do me a favor and try to recall...
Let me think. Mr. Callis, after that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go with... My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. But when I got there, it was already too late.
So you also remember 2 guns...
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had... About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying, But hold on. If that's what had happened, he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after
About that, Maloose told me a thing or two. I'll tell you everything, once the whole—
I understand. And if I may just say one more thing. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, but it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of no matter what others might say.
Don't worry. You and all our other comrades at this—
De Oratrice mekanik endalik karena.
Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia?
Oh, so...
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't—
I mean, where I work is Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina, it would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these—
Ah, yes. These two. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're—
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's—
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mechas.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to... If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of... So I can promise you, they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you. Jokes aside, I'd like to... I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just...
Welcome to Palais Mermoni.
Marcel.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can...
Sure. I will let him...
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the...
Yes, I've...
Oh, you...
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would... I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone...
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkard.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof.
Oh, and...
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, if anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabri...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend... Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself.
Sounds good. Just all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll...
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough...
But where should we start?
Jacques is moving.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes...
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus?
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bought. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the...
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford... Still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe it was someone else. Florent?
Florent? But as Spina di Rosula's advisor...
So you're saying he's too broke to afford...
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to... Thierry, you say? But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able...
Yeah. Had he actually... If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out...
Who could it be?
I think... Hold on. Fontaine, Callis, answers.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water things.
Malus has always been very reliable. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and spec.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. We need far more solid proof before we can hope.
Navia, here you are.
Huh? Aren't you the
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just...
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartar.
What? Is that...
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything...
That's what I thought was strange about it. So, if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guard...
Right. Because they'll think...
Yeah. And it'll...
I understand.
Let's split up.
Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to Irenaeus while I investigate that place.
Just as expected. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, you're right. This is our best I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it better.
We'll help you.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver.
We heard that you'll be leaving. It's our hope.
See you there. Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
I knew it.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Yes, well, they don't want it to stand out.
Ah, you're right. Navia's probably...
Opera Epiclès. It's an embarrassing.
It would appear that I'm... Do you accept the charge that you are the
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose... In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing... When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand? Your
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to Then why don't you duel me too?
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going... In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again.
That case had nothing to do with... Huh? What's going on? Why is she...
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here...
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia.
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabaret... Huh? What Confrérie?
I've heard of them, but weren't they
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may...
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss members of the guards, please contact Mr. Mr. Marcel.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary.
Yes,
this is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful, only through elusive...
Navia, do you really think that? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor. If that's enough to make me a suspect...
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about...
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Hold on.
During the banquet, when the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound.
Orecis mekini analik karena.
The guard's investigation did not... The suspect did not dispute that Callus was defeated by... These are the known facts about the case.
Sorry, I have Marcel's court case now.
to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third... Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea. The testimony of the victim's family, however, unfortunately... This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned... A pile of... But now, since... Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus...
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respect.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact...
Then, may I ask some questions? In my...
I'm afraid not. I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette,
Why do I feel like...
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent.
my second question has to do with the ensuing duel. Then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to... At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do...
So, you mean to say...
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is... I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your... But since he entrusted his will to you, Clorand...
So... During the...
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I fought many battles, and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted.
I love how they did the button design. Like, the buttons are diamonds, but, like, I'm talking about, like, oh, you can obviously, the clothes are wrinkled in that area because the buttons are having a little issues.
Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link.
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the series?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases, in my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. I'm used to it, though.
You also said only a shot.
No need to appeal to...
I won't try to refute your... On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to
Oof. Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might... Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of... But if I were to dismiss... Do you know what the biggest flaw...
I suppose you're gonna tell me any...
It's timing. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no... In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business... But the disappearances began before...
I do apologize, demoiselle.
No.
Is there anything else you'd like? You can also take a look at my border entry records. Or ask, could those records and testimonies do something to appease the
Seems like she got the wrong... At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting, but aren't you going against all of his wishes? He wished for you to become more rational. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong in...
This isn't just about me. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that same agency has long been taken from them, the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone.
I was waiting for you to say that.
A little while earlier. Woo! Swimming time! When the lilies bloom at night, when the moon shines.
Everyone hold hands.
I'll protect us. Yeah, hi. Huh. 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 Hi. Huh. Hi.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Wow.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Sorry, we're just breaking walls now.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go. Hey! Huh. I don't know. Everyone hold hands.
Stand with me.
Oh.
When the lilies
Now the path is clear. Let's go. Hey!
Our bond is strong.
Oh, yeah. Don't know. Everyone hold hands. Hi. After all, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name too.
Oh, Paimon fancies it too, but why are all these cute...
They probably belong to the victims.
You mean the girls from the serial disappearance? And then they were turned... And all the boxes of things. These names. Let's see what's written. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus.
Jacques.
Because of a lack of... This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Isn't there anything?
We still have not determined the exact... The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They planned this well in advance. That must be the water from the Primordial Sea.
That means this is where they make all the sin. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get sin. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating... Whoa. There's so much sin here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the...
There's so many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh, whoa! There's even fruit-flavored sin?
Well, that definitely proves that that this is where they produce sin.
Yep. What's this over here? Looks like some kind of experiment number 16. The experiment was a failure.
Jacob Bengal?
Will manage to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimen.
Calm down, Paimon.
Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. How could someone write something that terrible? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Viagnier, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did it. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here, Vestier.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he is the researcher.
You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these...
Yes, he signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably a Viagnier.
So that's
Viagnier.
it? Vacher was no victim, but personally took his love... No, that's not it either. If that's the... In any case... We've looked at almost everything here, and it
really
seems
is
like our
Vacher.
theories... Yeah, we haven't found anything that... No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever that way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the
Clever,
true
but maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. You take that side and nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Suffer. Paimon, I found it.
Really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vacher's lover? Then you... Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story.
Take a look at this page.
She was so
She made a
sweet,
list of
too.
baby names.
So many! A whole page's worth! But the final name she... Marcel? Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he...
I figured it out.
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named...
Huh.
Oh. I was waiting for...
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my part.
Just how often do you intend to flout the...
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence...
You say you'd never heard of Vassier. Hold on.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you think? Do you really pay attention to you? What for? Have you? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit. Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she... But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't...
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice? I did all of that. And in the end, I spent my entire life living on pins and needles. Only to get...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come... Venier, please, Venier.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction...
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after...
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover, Venier. During an underwater expedition, Venier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, after exchanging blows with Spina de Rasula for many years, although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murders. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the series...
We really just witnessed history.
Yippee! We have not... He's hurt so many innocent people and now... Huh? Are you okay?
Nadia.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for is
Yeah. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been the guilty party has been identified, and thus it is... We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not... What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Child has been declared guilty by the Oratrice.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. Guards, please take the...
No.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
You're going to lose.
He's activating his spell legacy!
Woo!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. but the rules of the court must be upheld.
He's not dead!
Hey, Monsieur Neuvillette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's... All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but the Archon herself.
Why are you... I don't know what happened.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's...
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this...
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe... Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by...
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that... And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances, everything he's done, all shall... Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense...
So she chose to make her escape after all.
So you're saying...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Oh, he has ears! Way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been...
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for... After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff.
Oratrice McKinney and Elise Carano. That's not the door we came in.
What are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or...
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you... I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be?
Something to do with my
How did you manage to do
sensitivity
it?
to the Hydra element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then... Please, please give me a chance.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to...
Paimon agrees. Why should we...
This request, is it...
Of course! Wait, no.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to... Very well.
Your Honor.
I will go with him. You do not...
In that case...
Thank you. Thank you.
Oratrice McKinney and Lee Carano. Oratrice McKinney and Lee Carano. Oratrice McKinney and Lee Carano.
Is this the place? You said she's here. But what do I need to do to see her?
Back then, I drank water from Memorial Sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing.
Vache.
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you heard it.
Vinier, it's me!
Vache?
I'm here! I'm here!
Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't... You...
It's been more than 20 years. All this time. Only the thought of... I must be dreaming. Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I...
But Vache, if you ask me... If not for you, I would have finished my law. If not for you, I would have If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache.
You... Wait, you...
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flew, our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordials. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not.
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness... This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our future. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what? You are a liar. The only thing you are not. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred.
It looks like I didn't meet Vignir back then either. They must have wanted me to lure Marcel here from the very beginning.
No! Yeah!
Vignir.
She can't hate me.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vinier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore.
Vignir.
But on top of that, she also said that because... She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
We have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Shopping is stressful in its own way, though.
Huh. Well met, partner.
Even this weather can't put a down.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia!
Oh, now that I believe.
Sounds like you're
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Seine. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then. This time, though.
So his name's definitely...
It's been the dearest...
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah. Way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called... To be fair, though, it was a really... She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on this...
Oh yeah, she told us about that.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence...
Now that's another thing to look forward...
Oh, and in other news...
Oh, are you two on better
While you were investigating Vaucher's headquarters, Clorinde gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time.
Oh. Oh no!